Okay. Let's finish getting this set up here. Oh shit! I forgot to rename things. God damn it! Let me see. What's the name? May 7. Yesterday's date, of course. Oh well. I'm gonna have to go in and rename all of these. I'll deal with that later, though. Wait, I still needed that open. Box 3, camera 1. There we go. It's my 9 a.m. alarm.
り
Ooh.
まず
Mm-hmm.
みょ
Yeah.
きゃべ
Mew.
みゅぞ
Zol. Oh, I totally went for Zoo. Yeah.
ぎゃ
Yeah.
ぬ
I believe new is not the one that I thought it was.
ば
Hmm.
び
Ja.
じゃ
Bio.
びょぶ
Boo. Hell yeah. Yeah.
にゃみ
Hmm.
に
I didn't get that right.
ぎへ
You?
ぴゅぺふせ
Chol.
ちょぷ
Hmm.
ら
Ra.
け
I did that wrong, but it looked right.
く
Yo.
ぎょきひえぐめす
Yo.
ひょぬ
No. I think that one is yes. Feel.
びゅ
View. Sorry.
Ro.
I believe this one is yes.
ちゅで
Yeah. 10.
じゅこ
Cool. View.
りゅ
Raw.
りゃそ
Mm.
ど
Oh.
ね な
Nah. Oh, I was doing knee.
ぱ む
Mm. I did it wrong anyways. Joe.
じょ
Shoal. Oh, that would be G.
しょゆ
Mm. Mm. Yo.
ぴょち
G. Yeah.
ひゃ
Neil.
にょう
New.
にゅはざ
Mm-hmm.
でとたないげ
Sorry.
が ぴ
I absolutely got
Ze.
ga wrong. I shouldn't have, but I did.
ぴゃしゅあ
Mm-hmm.
きょほしゃがつひゅ
Mm.
ぎゅぼ
Oh, right. It's not
ぼ
boo.
じ
Yeah, did that one wrong.
じ
I did that one wrong twice in a row. Wow.
きゅみゃむ
Mm. 'Alright.
しょ
Fuck.
さ ぴゃぼ
Oh, I was doing yeah.
お
I'm having
Zo.
quite the day of this, eh?
ず
Just all the bads.
も
Oh right, Mo is
だ か しょ wo
oh right.
の ぼ や わ ご し wo ちゃる
I want to say
れ
I was right. I think Ray is
じ
uh,
りょよ
hmm. That's what I did.
よじ
It was Chi. Damn it.
ゆじえるこりりゃれ
Oh.
ちゅちゅぴゃ
Hmm.
ざびょひきゅぴしゃ じりゅしょぺつせひょぎみみょしおへひゅはため
Ugh.
きょやぞい くじゃかで
Sorry. God damn it.
ぎゃんぬ
That's what?
わ
That's rude.
るそびゃずすじょぎゃにゆぜぱてぎょだらばぷみゃじゅまきゃふろよちょさどぴゅぎゅなぼりょにゅ
Oh.
くほ
That was bad.
びゅじのぶけぴょあみゅねげちひゃき
Oh.
うとうくちゃびもにょごぼしゅ
Yeah. The fuck?
にゃべむがにゃずを
So these I'm good at for the most part. Like I got a couple of them wrong, but I'm pretty good at them. I'm getting better at my R's and my M's. Yeah, there we go. Beautiful. Let's go on to the hiragana review
Go.
all. Oh, fuck me. I don't even remember what it is. I think it's this one.
え え い
I think that's this one.
あ
Isn't a weird one? No. Oh, it.
き あ く
I don't even know.
う け お
Yeah, I
く
think ku is. Oh, that's kind of what I was gonna do. I think
Ku.
I was still gonna fuck it up though. I think I still fucked that up a
Ka.
couple of times. Cause.
く お
Is this one? Yeah.
け
Oh, I was a little close. Is that this one? It was that one. I didn't do it right, but it
Okay.
was that one. Okay, this one's
け う き う
That's
Ka.
ka.
あ
This one's
U.
this one's E? No. Oh.
お
Cool.
こ
Eh.
え
Do. This is this oh
お
this is
け
yeah. This one's E.
い
Key.
き
Okay. Cool.
く あ
I forget already. Of course. Cool.
く こ
Cool. This one. No.
く く く
Wow. Look how terrible that is. Then the next ones I gotta learn are gonna be the S's, I think. The S's and whatnot. The S's, the T's, the D's, the N's, the H's. Oh, at least they keep with the tradition. Oh, that's That's actually really beautiful. Thank you. Thank you for doing that, Japanese. It's gonna be a pain in the ass, but whatever.
え
Oh, okay. There we go. Let me pull up my homework. There'll be a test from the vocabulary. Great. I am so far behind right now. I feel like I'm intensely behind in school. It does bother me. I suppose it is what it is. Getting sick and being out for 2 classes is kind of a big deal. And I've got another class that I have to be out for in May. All right, I will be flying out of town. Okay. Page 25. Read or listen to the following numbers. Write the fuck me. Read or listen to the following numbers. Write them in something that write them in English. All right, I need a pen. Let's use this pen. Okay. Now we come back to here and we start reading. Here we go. Yon Ju. No, that's Yon Hugh. Yon Hugh. Wait. Is that wrong? This is Hugh. Hua. Yeah. Wait, what? Large numbers, page 61. Oh, here we go. Yeah. Okay. Yon yak ya cool is 100. So this is 400. 400. And then Nana, which Nana is. What is Nana? Fuck, I forget what Nana is. Nana is 7. 7. And then that's Ju. So 70. Oh, yeah, it's just Ju. Oh, okay. 470. Then this is hot. Oh, wait. Hatsu. Hassan. This is Hassan. Uh, ha. Need a ha. Ha. But then this goes into a shin. Oh, there it is. Ha. Hap. Ha. Hap. Hapai. Hap. Hap. Ya. Ku. So this is hap. Ya. Ku. Which is 800. Hap. Ya. Ku. 800. Oops. Sorry, 800. Ku. Ni. No, that's not quite ni. Oh, no, that is. Sorry, that's not ni. That's a goal. So 5. Ju. And there's something after the Ju, which is San, which is 3. 853. Let's see. She. Se. Sun. So 3. Sun. Sun. Sen. Ya. Ya. Ku. Sun. San Byaku. San Byaku, which is this. San Byaku, which is 300. So this would be San. This would be Sen. San Byaku. What would that be? Sen is 1000. San Byaku. What? Oh, right, 1000. Okay, so Sen 1000. San Byaku 300. Okay, the next one here is E. E. Icha. Ich. Icha. Mo. Mon. Ichamon. Ichiman. Ichiman. Which is 10,000. Nana san. Sen. Nana. Nana. Oh, so this is 17 1700. 17,000, sorry. 17,000. One more. Wait, I got that right. Okay, Sun Zen Zen Ru Pya Ku Ju Ni. Ni is 1. No, Ni is 2. This ends in 2. So this is Sanzen 3000. So the first letter is a 3. Sanzen. And then Ropa Rop Ropo Ro po Pyaku. Ropyaku, which is 600. And that takes us to here. And then this is Ju, which is 10. Ni, which is 2. that's wrong. But what did I get? How did I get that wrong? So this is supposed to be 92? I don't see it. I don't see how this is 92. Because this is supposed to be 90 right here. I don't know how well you guys can see this. This is supposed to be 90 right there. And that does not show up in here. Right? At all. So I don't know how that becomes 92. I'm sticking by what I wrote. Okay, so this is go san ya go san ya go go san go san here. This is 5,000. Go san. And then this is hya hyaku. I believe that's going to be an 8 of some kind. Oh, that's 100. Hyaku is 100. Is 100. Hyaku. That's 90. Yeah, I was right. That is 90. Which is Kyuju. Kyuju. That puts us to there, so that's 90. Wait, what? 90. And then that's 8. Did I get that wrong? Oh no, it is 5,000. I was okay. I would have gotten that wrong if there wasn't a number in each place. um okay. So yon ma man yon man 40,000. So we start with a 40. Then this is Ru Ku San. Ruku San. 6. 46,000. This one is Ki Kya Q Q Kyaku. Q Q. Wait, where are we? Do Sun. Here it's right. Wait. Let's do 40. Yon Sun. Wait, not that one. With 6. Sun. Okay, so now we're going for. We need to start with so it's 9. Q. Oh, this is QG 90. Right? Q Q. Oh, 900. That's what it was. It was 900. 900. I got it right. Okay, so that's 900. No, sorry. That's 9. Q. Q. Man. Q man. 90,000. Ni. Ni haku. Ni haku. Yes, that would be. Now we're into the hundreds, right? Nihaku would be 200. That ends there. And then this is Ju. Ju? Just Ju. No. Yeah, 10. Ugh. There's so much homework. I did get all those right, though. Those are. It's 25 still? Yeah, 25. And then we've got 27. How much is this watch, which is Ko no. I'm gonna come back to this later. I'm gonna do this after I'm done my stream today. Some of this is just a bit hard to do on stream. Okay. Let's put this back to. There we go. The right camera. Let's get some stuff going in here. What? Here we go. So there's this. Let's open up another one. Persona. Persona 4? Okay. We're doing art today. It's gonna be less of a programming stream, more of an arty stream. Oh, I'll be right back. I gotta deal with some laundry stuff. Maybe not that one, but something along the lines of like this. Be right back. I'm back. Sorry for the wait. I'm gonna try and find the right fonts. Free. Open font wiki. So what are we gonna do here? We're gonna go like this. We're gonna open up this. And we're gonna go do new. Hey Chrono. Let's design some pretty menus. Pretty menus. Okay, we're going for pretty fucking menus. If I don't respond too fast, it's because I'm playing Monster Hunter Wilds. Oh, right. That's why we're not going to see Rem for like a year. Because he's too busy playing Monster Hunter Wilds to come streaming shit. What a piece of shit. One of my friends is wanting to play, but his computer's not powerful enough. The optimization is horrible. Yeah, it's coming though. Something like this is what I want, but for our game, for my game, right? So let's try and draw this out here. So let's see, what are we looking at here? First, we have to turn on our tablet, and we go like this. And what I'm thinking is maybe like, so there's a certain section of the of the of Nagoya. Oh, sorry, Shibuya. That's it comes like this, right? And then there's the dog statue is like right here, right? This is probably not quite it either. Sorry, one sec. So if we go like this, kind of comes over like this. But we want to blow this up, right? So if I go like, say this, right? It's like right here, right? There's some stuff here. There's the dog statue here. There's kind of a bus right here. And then this is the underground. This goes down, stairs down. Right? So what I'm thinking is we put the dog here and then we put a bunch of people like targets like standing around and whatnot. And then maybe the camera facing like this way. So if we've got the camera here, And then maybe like right here we have the logo being projected onto something. Two-tone silhouette for the truck blasting by. No, not quite. Let's see. Oops. Hmm. This is gonna be the main menu. Oh, yeah. Maybe not two-tone, but the general idea, yeah. I really like the menus that this game has. To be fair, this series is well known for its menus. The Persona series is super well known for its off the walls, crazy, cool menus. This is actually going to be like a big scene to make here. Okay, let's go to Truck-kun here, go to scenes. We're going to do here, we're going to say create folder, main menu, or yeah, main menu for now. Or sorry, menu scenes. Let's rename that. Can I just hit F2? Yeah. Menu scenes. Create a scene. Main menu. Scene. I think I've got this already brought in. Yeah, I do. Sweet. Oh, this isn't even the right one. Actually, this is kind of sort of the right one. I should do this in something else though. Yeah, I shouldn't do this in here. I should do this in a different I should do this in Houdini. Like I should lay out the scene in Houdini because that way the scene can be isolated. I suppose I could just take a screen grab, right? Instead of actually loading the actual scene. But I think these they actually move a little bit, so I kind of want to have them as like an actual thing. Mm. Oh, it's just that this here is not correct, right? So I'd have to modify it a lot to get it to work, and I'm kind of thinking that like maybe the right answer ends up being if I bring it into Houdini, I can section it up differently. right? And then it becomes less of an issue. Because if we go down to Shibuya, their Shibuya is kind of wrong. There it is. Right? This isn't what Shibuya looks like. It is, but it isn't, right? Like this is supposed to, this is like entirely blocked off, right? This section here is wrong because there's actually supposed to be like kind of like a potting area here. And then like the dog is right here. There's supposed to be like a bus here. Actually, the bus is gone now, but there used to be a bus like right here, and this is an entrance to the underground. Right. So I'm thinking that like effectively what I'm thinking, this is kind of where my head's at here, is that we bring in where's my main camera here? Right, we bring the camera over like this. Oops, camera. There, and then we've got a bunch of the people like standing around here. So the other thing that I could do is subscenes, right? Because everything needs to be a subscene eventually anyways, right? So I could do subscenes. The only thing I worry about is like, so because this has to change for the main map and I want this to match the main map, right? That's the part that I'm kind of worried about. So if I do this entire, like if I do the entire thing in Houdini, I could probably just do it, right? And then just bring it in that way. Or the other option that I had was we have a map specifically for this without without roads and stuff like that. Kind of like they have for this, right? We got a fab.com. My library. On the image. Click on the image. Stupidity at its finest. Fucking captchas. This is effectively what we're looking for. That's actually pretty good. Comic book cutscenes. Okay, so I'm gonna put this away for now. But I've got some scenes here. What is this? I've got some scenes specifically that are like Japanese. Oh, right. This is the like bring shit into bring the world into Unreal. That's what that was. Um Here we go. This is along the lines of what I was thinking here. We bring one of these in, right? I don't think that we've got anything too specific. This is the one that I was thinking here specifically. Was this here? So like I can go here, not apartment. It's the sushi restaurant. Yeah. Here we go. So we can just have them like sitting and standing with each other. I don't know how big this is though. It's fine, right? So like effectively just bring this in. It's pretty tight, but I think we can get away with it. That could theoretically be done. But yeah, so something like that is what I was thinking. But we could also do like this arcade parlor here. So they're all just standing around the arcade. This would be a little bit more challenging because like this has to be populated, right? Same with this one. This one would have to be populated. This is a bit too they all know each other kind of situation, I think. And I think this room would be a bit too cramped. We could probably get away with like this one. This one might actually work. Or like this, like inside here. This gave me the idea for a game. But I do also have this. This is actually a really nice little city here. I think I could bring this into Unity and it would actually be pretty decent. I think these guys make a Unity version of this too. Yeah, they do. Is it me or is the I thought I had the Isekai restaurant. It was this one here. Isekai restaurants, right? Not Isekai. Hmm. Maybe I don't. I thought it was one of the packs that I had. Mm, I think the restaurant's the way to go, to be honest. I feel like I have this one in Unreal. The nice thing about the Unreal Asset Store is that they allow you to use them in other engines. Well, actually, I shouldn't say that because it's also the kind of the nice thing about the Unity Asset Store as well. Just obviously there are going to be things that just don't work, right? Can I do Japan? Hmm. Okay, so I think I do the sushi restaurant because I already have it. Or the karaoke. Actually, you know what? The karaoke might actually be better. Yeah, let's do karaoke. Let's do the karaoke. I don't even own this. Like I do not own Honkai Star Rail. I don't own any of their games. The Hoyoverse games, I own zero number. I've never played them. Ever in my entire life. I like the art. I refuse to play the games. Which collection is this? Two. Mm-hmm. I wonder if I'm ever gonna go back to Unreal. Like at this point, I might not. That might be a thing. I might not go back to Unreal after this. I kind of wish that I had some of these in Unity, so they're easier to add. Like this. This would be great to have the Unity version of this. So you just dump it into Unity and not have to like retexture literally everything, rebuild all the textures. Would be beautiful. It is what it is. Ooh. No, I feel like Unity it just runs better sometimes. I do actually really like Dots though. Dots is actually a very nice system. I think I think like once you get used to it, Dots could be used really well for like an RPG style game. And then it has all the networking stuff attached to it too in some manners. But I gotta figure out Dots networking at sometimes. Because like from my understanding is that the dot entity, the dot networking stuff is supposed to be really well integrated, right? Like because it's a first class, it's what we'd call a first class citizen, right? So I could see myself doing it, doing dots things, being a dots person. Hmm? What was this one? Is this that is I think this is that city. This thing, if this is the city that I think it is, it loads like shit on Unreal. Like absolute dog doo doo. I don't know what it is, but something causes it to load like absolute dog shit. I shouldn't have opened it. That's my bad. Yeah, something along the lines of this, but inside of that smaller room. Hey, look, this guy shows up twice. Does this person have cat ears and a tail? Yeah, they have NGO netcode for game objects and NFE, the netcode for entities. Ah. I wonder what it would take. I'm not going to do it. I don't want to do it for this game, but I wonder what it would take to make it multiplayer. Like, what type of extra overhead would it be to make this game multiplayer? I made the active decision that I didn't want this to be a multiplayer game. Yeah, I really should not have loaded that map. This map takes forever and a year to load. And it's average. So, okay, so I don't know why it takes forever and a year to load. I think that it's just like a problem with the so it's definitely like it's a problem with something, right? But it's advertised as like super performant. It's this one here, right? Highly performant handcrafted LODs. And it's just like, okay, but like wait, what? Oh my god. Wait. Oh, they haven't done it with all of them, but they've done it with some of them. You beautiful motherfuckers. This person's good people, man. Good people. Oh my god. I am so happy. This makes me so happy. I bet you anything that this world loads better in Unity than it does in Unreal. This is the one that I was opening. Did it not open? No, it's uh... yeah, it loads. It runs so poorly. Yeah, like look at that. And if I hit play, I also get like absolutely terrible FPS. I don't know what it is though. Like I don't think that it's necessary. Like I think it's probably a setting that I've toggled or something like that inside of Unreal that causes this. But yeah, something causes this just to load like absolute dog shit. Absolute dog shit. And I do not blame them. I just want to put that out there. I do not actually blame them. I blame either Unreal or myself for that one. So Unreal, sorry, Unity. Open Unity, open dot Unity package in project. Choose assets. Okay, let's do that. Hmm. What was it? It was you know, navigate to assets menu. Open your import package, custom package. Then we go to the downloads. We go to me downloads. Oh wait, no, this is the other downloads. I haven't switched it yet. And we open. We have a city now. We have an entire whole ass city now. This solves a problem for me. God damn, I hope this person actually switches over, like actually adds a bunch of their other stuff. Like that would be freaking dope. If they actually go back and like and make all of their stuff of that they have in both shops actually available through Fab. Oh my god, that'd make me the happiest camper ever. I wonder if I can just do this. Settings? Formats. Unity. Oh, they've done it for 3. Did I thought I had this. I guess I didn't. Whatever. I'm kind of curious as to how much stuff is in here that is Unity available. Wow. What if I go to my library? How much of my stuff is Unity available? That's a surprising amount. Wait, this is Unity? Oh, it's only Unity. It's not even available for Unreal. That's fucking great. These being Unity available is great too. Wow. Wow. There's way more here than I thought. Wait, this anime girl's Unity already? Oh, oh my god. I can bring her into Unity. There's way more Unity available stuff than I thought there was. Oh my god. That makes me happy. Anyways, where was I? Here we are. Hmm. What was this again? It was rendering pipeline converter. Initialize and convert. Oops. Initialize and convert. Oh my god, I think it's hard to understand just how happy I am. Like, I actually have extra models now that are Unity compatible. It makes me so happy. Ooh. I can now bring her back in. Oh my god, I'm so happy. So happy. I can run over the same girl. I can run her over. I can do all the runnings of the overs. It's beautiful. Yeah. Okay. What were we? Right. We were actually coming in here to look at something. There's the arcade. And karaoke. I think it was the karaoke that we really wanted to do. The karaoke seemed like a nice enough like little spot, but the arcade could be fun. Unfortunately, the arcade is not is not oh, it didn't work. No. All the materials are bad. Wait, where's the material? Wait, it's just are they just all missing materials? Is that the problem? I'm so confused. Yeah, they're just there's no materials, right? No, that's the mesh collider, right? So it would be like that's mesh render. Hmm. I am so confused as to like how this works. Where do I define the material? Because obviously there's a material problem here. This is a bad material though. The signs are bad. The surfaces I don't think are bad. No, the surfaces are bad. All of them are bad. Try the sub objects. Oh, there they are. Okay. These are all errors. I thought I did. This is kind of a problem though. I think I need a project that allows like that isn't broken for this. Sorry. So I think if we go to here, it says that it's URP compatible though. Is it still loading? It's still loading. It says under other iPipelines. Oh. Oh. Give me a moment. I might not have access to that stuff. Come to think of it. I don't think I have access to them. Damn. That's a bummer. Because I think some of these were actually working. That one works. It's 100% not perfect. Like, there's definitely some weirdness, but like, it works. Yeah, but like for the girls, I like went through and like matched the um no, but like okay, so if I go to I just want to take a look at lots of this stuff is just going to work. Let's go back to this scene though. What does this look like when I bring this in? It's not right. For sure. Not right. Okay, so we have to fix the material library. But the material library is all shader hidden internal shader error. I don't know like this is why I was saying that I think I need to bring it into a project where it's not going to be broken. So I think this is using by default the built-in rendering pipeline, right? And then I can see like what these values are supposed to be and do it. Yeah. Okay, let's do that. Let's create a new project. And I want to say we want the... Which one do we want? Make an import project. Use built-in. I think I need to use a different version, maybe, like maybe this one, right? One of the older one. Here we go. And then I've got this, right? Wait. If I've got that, don't I have a project that's using... No, not anymore. I've upgraded everything. Okay, new project. So we do new project. We go to 2022. We use the built-in rendering pipeline. I think that's the one that we're supposed to be using. This will be built-in converter project. And then create project. I feel like if I had the Unity asset store version, it would work. But I still appreciate the fact that this person has a version available for Unity as a download on the Fab Marketplace. 10 out of 10. I very much so appreciate them, even though it doesn't have one-to-one. It may not have one-to-one compatibility. I'm not going to get upset about it. It's really hard to get upset about something that when somebody's doing a solid for you. It might not be perfect, but god damn it, he still provided it. Or they still provided it. I don't know what they are. I've started doing the recording and whatnot for my next YouTube video, by the way. Recording and audio editing and all that. Oh, it's going to be a lot of work. Okay, so this I think should just work because it uses the built-in rendering pipeline, which I think is the default for this project. Ooh. Okay, so then we do assets, import package, custom package, and open. We're about to find out, and it's going to be like, no, it's using the high definition one by default. Fuck off. And I'm going to have to go do the high def one. It used to be free. Unreal to Unity exporter. This is actually really cool. It's totally worth the money if it works well. There's a guy that let's see, youtube.com. What's his name? I think it's Games from Scratch. Unreal to Unity. Oh, yeah, okay. I think he's just using that plugin, right?
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. It's Mike here at Game From Scratch. And perhaps for some reason you want to move from the Unity game engine to Unreal, and maybe you have thousands of dollars worth of assets on the asset store you don't want to leave behind, or you want to bring your game assets over and not start from scratch. Well, do I have the perfect product at the perfect time for you? I'm looking at something called the YouTube plugin, and yeah, let's just start with the demo. So this here, this is Polygon, it's like one of the Cinti scenes for Low Polygon City. I just love their stuff. It looks very good, and it plays very well with example. So you see here, there we got the scene. We're gonna drive around it, fly around it. I mean, let's go take a look. This is what it looks like in Unity. So now let's say we want to go ahead and export this out. What can we do here? Well, I've actually already done it, so you don't have to wait through the entire load process, because honestly, that can take a little bit of time, maybe about 10 minutes total for this particular scene. But what I've done is I've installed the YouTube plugin in down here. We'll get the details about Utu in just a second. So basically, just drop the folder in from the install directory. So you're gonna see here, once you've unzipped the package, you can see here you get the Unity plugin and the Unreal Engine plugins here. So just basically drag the Unity plugin in, and then you'll get this new window up here called Plugins, YouTube plugin, and then you can basically pick which scenes you wish to export. So what I do is basically pick this guy and give it a name and then export. This part of the process is actually pretty quick. It's the import from the Unreal Engine side that's a little bit slow. So again, here is what we have in Unity, right? And now here is what we have in Unreal Engine. And damn, like it's there's one glaring difference you probably noticed, but otherwise everything came across absolutely perfect. So the one thing you're missing is the built-in skybox. So you have to add a skybox here. So realistically, that is the only difference between these two scenes. And it just brings it all across for you. So if you've got a ton of assets in Unity and you're afraid to leave them behind if you want to move to Unreal Engine, the YouTube plugin is definitely worth your consideration. Yeah, it's a commercial plugin, and there are definitely some limitations. I don't want to tell you that this is like snake oil. This will not just import your Unity or your Unreal Engine project, or Unity project over to Unreal Engine flawlessly. Your code is not coming across. Not all of your assets are coming over. It's mostly for static meshes, prefabs, and so on. On the topic of prefabs, let's go check that out. It actually brings everything in as prefabs. So you see here all the various different hierarchy structure that we had over in Unity. So see over here you've got this, scenes, prefabs, environments, and so on. Over here, we switch on back, and then we go here, environments, and then you've got all the various different pieces, and you literally drag and drop them in. I have no idea what that actually is. You got no idea what we just brought in. All right, maybe a cloud of some kind. Let's bring in something different. So here, boom. It's that simple. So they're brought in as prefabs, ready to go in your new environment. So if you have a bunch of assets, specifically like 3D model type stuff that you want to bring over from Unity to Unreal Engine, this is your new best friend. At the same time, if you want to bring your game out, it brings out entire scenes at a time. You're going to have to do some cleanup after the fact, of course, but as you can see, this and this, other than...
And then I think this
Hello,
is
ladies and gentlemen. It's Mike here at Game From Scratch. Do you believe in magic? Because if you don't, I think by the end of this video, you might. Because what we're going to watch is something truly magical. And what we're going to see is via one click going from Unreal Engine, such as this scene you see right here, over to the Unity game engine with the scene that you see right here. So basically, spinning images when you're done with it. Like, obviously, the lighting is different, but everything else in the scene is pretty close to identical. Even down to the fact that, let's go take a look at the grass over here. This is amazing. Animations on the grass over here. And let's head on back over to Unreal Engine, and let's go take a look at the grass down here. And yep, animated grass here too. Now, there are some things you're going to see that you're going to need to recreate. They're just different between engines, such as the light rays or the effects you're seeing coming in here. And that's kind of about it, to be honest. It does some pretty amazing things. Now, like a little bit earlier on, it's not technically one click, it's more like 4. So what you may ask is the source of this magic. What is the spell we are looking at today? Well, if you head on over to the Unity asset store right now, they've got a spring sale going on. I'm featuring this one for a very specific reason. By the time I publish this video, what we're looking at here today is the Unreal to Unity exporter, and it should be featured as a flash sale. So I'm going to try to put this one up literally within minutes of the sale going live. So you're going to have 12 hours to pick it up at maximum discount. It's going to be 70% off, and then it drops to 60 for a little bit of time, then it'll be 50 for a couple weeks from now. So if you like what you see, again, it's on sale right now. And I did talk about this guy a little bit in the past. I did this video on exporting from Unreal Engine to either Godot, Unity, or Blender, and really it was one of the stars of the show. It staggered my mind when I put together this video, which by the way I will link down below as well if you want to check that out. There are other ways you can get your game out of Unreal Engine, but the Unreal to Unity exporter is by far and away the most impressive in my humble opinion. All right, so let's check out another example. This is the Polar example. This is free for Unreal Engine developers. It's on their store as kind of in the permanently free collection. If you don't know already, if you're a subscriber to Game From Scratch, first Tuesday of every month, I cover all of the free assets that Epic Games gives away. And if you are using a different engine, well, this is potentially a way to get a hold of them. So let's go check out what this looks like in the Unity game engine once imported. So obviously, again, your lighting is different. We're losing the particle effects there for a second, but otherwise, all the skyboxes are brought in. Your terrain is all brought in, and here we are inside of the scene. Again, the lighting models between the engines are different. So you're going to want to do a little bit of tweaking. But you're going to notice here all the lights are brought over. And again, another more impressive thing that you're going to see here is look at this texture. The water is actually animated. Same with we go over look at this canister here. It's animated. So you're going to have to rework your lighting for sure, but you can like get a 90% of the way there export, again, with just a few steps. I'll show you the entire process hands-on. Now, your first question might be, all right, so how do I get a hold of this guy? Well, it's sold on the Unity asset store. So once again, it's available over here. You can pick it up on the store right there. And then once you've got it, this is weird, because in my humble opinion, one of the single best Unity plugins is for Unreal Engine. But once you want to go ahead and get a hold of it, what you do is you come down here, and basically go to Windows, and then you go to the package manager like so. Once you've actually purchased it, you'll go to your assets, so my assets over here, and then once it's finished filtering, you'll go ahead and do a search for Unreal Engine. You will find it right there. And then, okay, we'll do an update. It's updated all the time, by the way, which is also impressive. And we'll go ahead and do an import. It will bring it down and in. And what you're going to notice here is you get a zip file here and instructions. Instructions are pretty straightforward. They show you how to go ahead and copy it and paste it into Unreal Engine to be up and ready to go. So basically, this is an Unreal Engine plugin that, ironically enough, you're downloading from the Unity Asset Store. And I'm going to show you basically the entire process of exporting a level. So I'm going to head back over here to, we're going to do a simple one to keep the speeds down. And I'm actually going to take this one from a Humble Bundle that's going on right now. So there's this Polygon Assets bundle and pick stuff. I'm going to bring one of these demos in, the New York level, and we're going to export it over. So I'm just doing this again because it's very quick. There's no reason why you would want to use this one because this one actually, you'll notice you're actually getting Unity and Unreal Engine projects as well. I'll have a link to this bundle down below if you want to pick that guy up. But let me go ahead and showcase how you would use this guy. First, we're going to head on over to Unreal. We'll load that map. Okay, so here is the level that we're going to export. By the way, I have never actually seen the end result here, so this is a random sampling I'm going to do. So I'm going to be as shocked as you are how good or bad the quality ends up being. Now, what you're going to notice here is after you've installed the plugin, which by the way is installed as a plugin, so edit plugins. Once you've copied it over, follow the instructions, you will find it here to search for Unity, Unreal Unity. Make sure that is enabled. It's going to force a restart of Unreal Engine the first time you do that. And then once you've done that, you'll notice you have this little drop down right here. Well, go ahead and drop it down. There's not much you need to do. So you have place all assets in scene, which I find this doesn't actually do anything. You can convert landscape to static mesh, which is actually really cool. So you have a landscape object inside of the Unreal Game Engine. You can have it turned into a mesh object. So when it gets over to Unity, it looks right. Then we'll finally just do a prepare for export. This does whatever it does.
This is definitely being added to my wish list. Oops. Gotta remember to do that. There we go. Add it to. I'm just gonna add it to my cart and add it to my wish list. I have a bunch of stuff in my cart. I think right now. Well, I've got a bunch of stuff that I don't care about in my cart. And we're getting rid of that one. Hot reload I want to keep there. Rainbow folders I don't care about too much. I'm gonna remove this one. This one seems interesting. It's definitely something I want to consider. How are we up at $200? What is this? What the fuck was this? What was I looking at? Oh, okay, yeah. It looked interesting. Debug essentials. Removing that. We're removing that. Save for later. Okay, this one we actually might grab regardless. This one here though, this one seems important.
It basically bakes the shaders and preps things. Like I said, it's a pretty simple scene, so there's not much to go on there. So you can see, just gonna run through them. This is not a long process, so technically we're up to one click drop down, one click there. So yeah, a little bit more than a single click, but pretty close. Now one thing you need to really set your expectations on here, this brings your graphics across, and it brings over a surprising amount. So it brings over lighting, camera, physics objects, and so on and so forth, but it's not bringing over, it doesn't convert blueprints into C# code or anything like that. You're still gonna have to recreate your game logic completely. This is a way for bringing assets from one engine to another engine. All right, so it's now prep. What do we do next? We come here again, and we do an export. And really, you can just click OK. The defaults are good to go. There are a couple things that you want to know about here. This one is very cool. You can render it out to the built-in pipeline, the ERP, or the universal render pipeline, and the HD pipeline. So you can pick whichever one you want there. I think ERP is the future, so I'll stick with ERP here. Pick a location for it. So as you can see, we demoed twice. Let's go ahead and pick number 3 here. You got a number of options here. Generally, just leave everything alone, and you don't need to do too much to change anything. If you've got a bunch of animations, you want to export them as well. By the way, you can. Also, you have choice over how the foliage is exported here, and you can do it like create a game object, for instance, or you can actually like instantiate it together, save on the overall overhead. Really, that's it. So what you do, go ahead and say, okay, create this for the ERP pipeline. All you really need to do, pick a pipeline, pick a directory for it to create, and then click OK. So let's see how long this process takes. And yeah, we're done. So that's how long that process takes. So next thing you need to do is actually go ahead and open that project up. So here, open. It's in temp, of course, because it's a new we're talking about here. Temp. That's version number 3 right here, and let's find out how good of a job it did. So go ahead, do it. Open. You don't have to pick a version unless you actually have the exact same version that this was set up for. I also believe that 2021.2 is the min version, by the way. So you want to use something newer.
It's also broken. Damn. Yeah, the materials are just entirely broken here. This is what oh. Yeah, I did. This is the Unity one. Wait, wasn't it under rendering before? The converter, is that something I have to I thought that it came as part of converter general? No, I thought it was rendering for some reason. Oh, I have to install. Ugh. Is Unity registry. We need ERP. Oh, there it is. Universal pipeline. Install. We should also do the high def. This might be a high def one. That's I was hoping to see the download or the install percentage. Well, only one way to find out. I feel like they can because there's a settings thing, right? But I do feel like this is actually in high def, not a. I think this is a high def, not a universal. Can Unity convert from high def rendering pipeline to URP? Okay, yeah, so we just make sure that we have both installed and then we do the conversion. Okay. What? Why is it importing? I am baffled and confused. Baffled and confused. Baffled and confused. Hi ho the Dario, baffled and confused. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do do do. Still installing, right? Let me guess. It needs to do an import of all of my stuff. I'm actually thinking about biting the bullet and picking up that package. To be honest, the Unreal one.
Newer than that, but considering that's like 2 to 3 years old, you should probably be running something newer than that anyways. I'll pick 2022.2 here as my example, and yeah, open. And yeah, change the version, let it do whatever it's doing. Now this is, straightforward Unity loading a project. This can take a second, it isn't that interesting, so let's just pause it while it processes this. All right, ironically enough, it took about 7 times longer for Unity to load the project than it did for the Unreal Engine plugin to create it. So here it is, demo level is created, and let's see what we get. So again, while that is loading in, here is the original. I've never seen the results. You're gonna get different lighting, but let's see how good of a job it did recreating the scene. And here we are. All right, so we're zoomed into a very weird location. Let's go see our scene, and here we go. End result. Again, this is just space magic. There, you're gonna get slightly different lighting, but otherwise, like magic. It's honestly, it's magic in my opinion. So if you want to move between the engines, when you get over, you're gonna have to rework your lighting. Just because they have different lighting models, it totally makes sense. It also looks like we've got a weird skybox going on from this import. You can get little things, very small things here, but for the most part, it's a one-click export, not a four-click. It's a four-click export from one engine to the other, and that is simply amazing in my humble opinion. So again, there is one of the results we got out of it. Here is the earlier one. This is the polar base we looked at. Again, just really sharp. Well, you're gonna have to switch out the lighting. Again, we lost the particle effects from the storm in the background, but this is magic. And then we had that one other example here as well, and this was the scene. This one actually had to bring special terrain over, and it had to bring all the animated foliages and such around. And again, just amazing way to brought it. And you know what? Again, you've used Unity before. Can you tell me? Can you see any fuchsia? Have you ever worked with a project in Unity and not had to replace like tons and tons of fuchsia missing textures? There's not a single one. Again, I just find this thing absolutely magical. So if you're interested in it as I am, again, I'm timing this video to go exactly when the sale's starting. So this is the cheapest it's ever been as far as I know. It's 70% off. It's a hell of a deal. So if you're looking at just sort of taking advantage of, again, every month, first Tuesday of the month, Epic Games gives away a number of assets. You could bring pretty much any of these over to the Unity game engine and just use them as if you were native. You're going to, of course, need to have Unreal Engine installed to do the conversion process, but it's amazing. It just opens you up to a world of assets. I also should have probably pointed this out while I was here. It brings them in a way that's useful. So look at here. It actually created prefabs of all the various different things. So you need a mailbox? Boom, there's a mailbox. You need a tree? Boom, there's a tree. So it's not just bringing these in through like a single unified mesh garbage output. It's actually bringing the objects in like they were originally. So you're still getting the components there, so you can tweak and change your level. It's bringing it in as prefabs ready to go. This just, again, I find this mind-blowing and magical. I'm curious what you ultimately think of it as well. But you do have about 12 hours from the publish time of this video to pick it up, 75 or 70% off. Also, if you're interested, the bundle that we featured for that New York thing, this is going to be running for quite a bit longer. Huge number of assets, 25 different packs for both Unreal and Unity. So no conversion required in that case, but you saw one of the examples there. And if you're looking at doing this for other engines, so maybe you want to bring things from Unreal over to the video game engine or for Blender, check this one out. It's got other ways of doing it. There are a number of ways of doing it, but hands down, the best results, the easiest work, the number one most magical solution out there is this Unity Unreal to Unity exporter, which again, I just found this staggeringly impressive. But I'm curious what you think of the end result. Again, the lighting changes. You're not gonna get around that. They have just a completely different renderer. They have a different look and feel. You're gonna have to tweak the lighting between the two. Other than that, you tend to get animated textures over across properly, landscapes come across properly, shrubs and bushes and other stuff comes across properly.
The exporter for Unreal to Unity is a powerful tool that can help you save time to do. See frequently asked questions. Fix skinned meshes. There we go. And then we're going to go here and we're going to go window. Is it rendering? Rendering pipeline converter built into. I'm going to do that and then convert assets. Initialize and convert. Oops. But I think this is the high definition. I think this is using high definition. Oh yeah, no, I clicked this. It's just the options are built into UPR, 2D and 2D. Yeah. Well, it's only going to go from built into UPR. I wonder if the high definition wizard would do it correctly. Because there's another one. I just figure I might as well run this first, right? Unreal Engine high definition rendering pipeline to universal rendering pipeline. Install. Where are you? It's supposed to be around here somewhere. Oh, here it is. Shader errors due to invalid URP/HDR versions. Please make sure you have the minimum. When migrating assets to other HDR projects, sites have issues. It looks like everything is expected to go URP for this. Unreal to Unity frequently asked questions. You have an unsupported.
Okay, so I have a skeleton mesh here. I'm selecting the main skeleton mesh. Change from the exported mesh is scrambled. I'm going to select the third person animation. And the animation setup, just play. Welcome, this tutorial will show you how to install the Unreal to Unity plugin. So first I'm going to open up Unreal 4. Okay, so the first thing is to have the target level open, so it finishes combining all shaders. Then check what Unreal version you're using to open these assets. We're on the latest version, which is currently 5.4.4. Now, close the editor. So when you get the exporter, you'll have a main archive, which is this one. Extract it like I did here. And inside, you'll have a few archives with pre-built bindings for a specific Unreal version. Assets for Unreal are usually built for a specific Unreal version, so it matters what version you use to open the assets. And then that's the version we will extract to a folder. We just used Unreal Engine version 5.4 for these assets, so we're going to extract this one. We're going to copy this. Now, when you first open the build,
Neat.
you have to wait for the asset import to finish.
And that's like all this guy does, eh? Hmm. Someday over the rainbow, it will finish. I think the answer ends up being that I just have to do this by hand, unfortunately. Oh look, it's here. Can I walk around in this? Hell yeah, I can. Yeah, so like I could bring them into here, and this would actually probably work pretty well. Look at that toasty boy. So cute. Look at that. We just bring this stuff over. I could, yeah, I could get behind this. Let's see the karaoke now. I have a feeling the karaoke is probably going to load a bit faster because it doesn't have to unload that giant ass map. Yeah, it was right. It loads really fast. There's the room that I was looking for. Effectively, we just have them in this room. Like one of these big rooms. Whee! Oh, it's a giant circle. Anyway, so we do that. We just close the door. Holy shit, look at the lights. I bet the lighting here is fucking crazy. Yeah, this is definitely a lighting nightmare. Hey, at least we found the problem. Okay, so let's try and we'll make a sorry, we're gonna make a high def project and import it into the high def project and see what happens there. New project. High definition. High definition or HD rendering pipeline converter. What is this? There's center of, oh wait. It's probably because I've got some center of mass thing showing up here. So it does seem like that plugin actually is probably going to work for what I want, because it supports URP and you can select URP from the looks of it. Holy shit. Do. Yeah, we'll have to see whether or not, I don't know. I want to avoid buying things like that. Not because I don't want, just because like I've had so many problems with them in the past. Right? So like I don't want to buy it and then find out that it doesn't actually do like half of what it kind of says that it does. Right? Or like it doesn't actually work the way that I want it to. It problem is that like it doesn't really matter if it has a refund policy or not, because it's just because there's a refund policy doesn't mean that like it's going to work, right? It's you've got to go and like argue about it and whatnot, and it's a whole lot of extra work that I just don't really want to deal with, right? It's not worth it at the end of the day to go and like, a lot of these things unfortunately end up not being that worth it to refund. Because I think it ends up being under them to like, I think they get to decide whether or not it gets the refund. And if that's the case, then they can just be like, I don't want to refund it. There's no point, right? And I'm not saying that he's going to do that. I want to verify 100% that When I export these are going to export to URP with no problems, right? Before I make this purchase. If I make this purchase, I want it to export to URP. It says URP. I don't see one. No, I do not believe that they do. Shader errors due to invalid. The heuristic goes like you have an unsupported URP version. In certain situations, the values from Unreal are super high for Unity, so it all appears in pure white. Use the option provide to disable all lights, and then create a directional light from Unity's menu. You may notice missing triangles on the exported mesh, like this usually due to nanite export settings. Oh. Reading would have made this better. Reading would have been the way to go, you know? Just going to put that one out there. What was it? What was this thing called again? It was UDU, right? Unreal to Unity. Settings, menu, creator. Interesting. Is it finished? Oh, it is done. Why is everything blue? Oh, thank God. It's working. It's working. It's all blown out, but it's working. Yay, I can do the thing now. Okay, so we do materials here. Now I can go like this. There we go. Look, they're both here. Now I can have the same one in both. It's beautiful. So here I want to have a universal rendering pipeline. And I want unlit. Oh my God. Oh my God. No. I was not expecting that. Wait. So can I do like all of these like that? No. Damn it. Wait. Can I do multiples though? I can. There's just like this one here is not the same. So we go here. I was not expecting that. I'm not even gonna try and pretend that that I saw that coming. Holy shit, it just worked. Holy fuck shits. 10 out of 10 did not see this coming. This actually like solves a problem for me too, which is kind of the greatest thing. It like straight up solves a problem. There's no skybox. Or is there? No, the skybox is completely and totally broken. Yeah, so that's interesting. Straight up didn't see this coming. Ow, my head. It just freaking works. Boot doo 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 doo. Boot doo doo doo. Sorry, I got entirely sidetracked here. I'm just so happy right now. I can't believe they did that. Oh, I got it working. So it turns out that as soon as it stops loading, so all I had to do was go in and switch the material to Universal Rendering Pipeline unlit, and that's all I had to do. I had both of them open side by side, so I could be like, okay, so I change it, and then I go grab the correct texture and put it back in. So I was gonna go do that for all of them, and then it's like, oh yeah, but you don't have to do that. Yeah, I just switched it to unlit, and then it just worked. It left everything exactly the way that it was supposed to be too, and I was just like, oh, that's literally all I had to do. Well, that's some shit right there, right? I'll be right back. Oh, I'm back. What? No way. It's not cool. They're gonna make me do things. So Unity K Max. You can hit the pre-allocate more space. Max unique entity name capacity exceeded if you require more storage. One sec. Max unique entity name capacity exceeded. No. 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 I wonder if it's per scene. We'll come back to that. Is it a per scene thing maybe? Wait, did it just work? And complain about it at the same time? Also, it helps if I read. Entity name storage. Edit entity name storage. I feel like this is going to be in settings. Project settings? Set name. I'm sure there's a bunch of stuff in here that I could probably move out. But what if I do this? What if I do this, right? If I come in here, we add a new one. And then we do this. Game object. Create new wait, what? Where's the scene option? Oh, there it is. Then what we do is we come down here. We grab a section of this. And then we move it. And then it's many small scenes. And that might, I don't think it's going to fix the entity problem, but it might. So really all we care about is the mesh colliders, right? So what if we move everything out, right? And just add the mesh colliders into the entities, right? Because they're static, so they don't need much, right? And then we don't have to worry about all the extra stuff. I think I'm gonna try that, but first things first. Let's move this stuff out. What we do first is see if this works. I think this unloads everything. Don't save. Okay, so we grab all of these. Move them out. Unity create generate collisions inside of sub scene and have meshes outside of sub scene. Okay, yeah. So this is effectively what we want, but we want to have them married, and then when married, right? But we want it only to run inside of the editor. Unity mono behavior that only runs in the editor. To create a Unity mono that only runs in the editor, show more. Here we go. I think I found the solution to my problem. Because the problem that we're running into here is that we have too many unique objects. Or entities, because we're bringing in everything. And that's not what we want. All right, time to build a tool.
In this lecture, we will look at how we can take Unity customization and editor scripting another step further by allowing certain scripts that we specify to run when we aren't in play mode. Under normal circumstances, the scripts that we write are only activated in the scene once we hit play and enter play mode to test our game. However, Unity gives us access to allow our scripts to run even when the game isn't in play mode by using the execute and edit mode attribute. How we use this attribute is very simple. We just type it in as the line above any class that we want to execute even when we aren't in play mode. Let's look at an example. First, we will go to our assets folder and create a new C# script. I will name mine edit example. Next, we will open the script and add a debug log statement inside of the update function body. I'll pass in the string running in edit mode to be logged to the console. We will then put the attribute directly above the class declaration line. When we save our script and then attach it to an object in the scene we are currently in, for example, the main camera, you will see that it is being called as the string we specified is being printed to the console. Now, you may have a question as to why our print statement inside of update is only printed to the console once. Should an update print multiple times per second? Under normal circumstances, yes. However, not when using the execute and edit mode attribute like we are here. Using this attribute on a class that contains an update function makes the update function only run when something in the scene is changed. For example, let's move our main camera using the move tool to force our print statement to print to the console a few more times. As you can see, when we drag the main camera, the update function was called again and again.
That's beautiful.
Hey guys, I want to give you my 10 favorite Unity quick tips. These are all tricks that I personally use and love, and I hope that these will help save you headaches and speed up your workflow. Ready? Let's go. We all know about the start method because if you use Unity, you've probably typed it at least a billion times. And I actually didn't know this until recently, but you can actually change it from a void to an IE numerator, turning your start function into a coroutine that automatically starts at runtime. This can be handy if you want to start a timer or really just run any kind of coroutine as soon as your game starts running. I don't use this too often, but it is really nice to know that the functionality is there if you want it. When you're testing things to make sure that they're working, it can sometimes be really nice to see the values of your private variables in the inspector. A good example would be making sure that your enemies are taking damage properly. And yeah, you could do a debug.log or a print or change the variable to public, but those are all kind of a time waster. The better and faster way to do it is to just change your inspector to debug mode. Click on these dots up here and select debug. This is going to add a whole lot of stuff to the inspector that you're probably not used to seeing, but you can see we have our public variables here in white and our private variables down below in gray. And if you want to quickly see the actual variable name instead of this prettied up version, you can either highlight over top of the variable with your mouse, or you can hold the Alt key to toggle the real variable names on and off. When you want to assign several objects to an array, if you were doing that by locking the inspector and then dragging everything over, there's a better way. What you can do instead is right-click the component header and click Properties. This will create a duplicate of that component in a pop-out window, which will not go away when you're clicking around in your project window. So you can go ahead and assign things to your arrays this way instead. It's a nice little time saver I use all the time. Also, it's not just for scripts. You can do it to literally any component in the inspector. I really like public properties. I prefer them.
Wait.
The component in a pop-out window, which will not. When you want to assign several objects to an array, if you were doing that by locking the inspector and then dragging everything over, there's a better way. What you can do instead is right-click the component header and click Properties. This will create a duplicate of that component in a pop-out window, which will not go away when you're clicking around in your project window. So you can go ahead and assign
That's super useful.
things to your arrays this way instead. It's a nice little time saver I use all the time. Also, it's not just for scripts. You can do it to literally any component in the inspector. I really like public properties. I prefer them over public fields because it's nice to have so much control over what can read and what can write to those variables. But by default, even though this is a public variable, it will not show up in the inspector. And for the longest time, I thought if I wanted to have public variables show up in the inspector that I had to use public fields. But you can actually serialize the property by adding this attribute before the property. There you go. This is an especially nice way to be able to serialize variables that come from an interface, which usually have this get and set properties attached to them. I almost always use an idamageable interface to anything that I want to make damageable, and I always serialize the max health amount. By default, when you serialize a color in Unity, there's no option to use HDR or high dynamic range in order to use glow or anything like that. It's easy enough to access when you're making shaders in shader graph, but in the inspector from a C# script, by default, the option's not there. But all you need to do is add this little color usage attribute and fill in a true twice. The first is for the alpha, which I guess you can hide if you want, and the second is to enable the HDR option to the color. Maybe this one's not news to anyone, I'm not sure, but I'm a self-taught programmer, and so I never knew what it meant when I saw these triple slashes above functions in scripts. Well, this is how you can actually create that description that shows up when you go to call one of your functions somewhere. In Visual Studio, if you just type 3 slashes, it'll automatically fill in all of this. So in between these two summary lines here is where you can fill in a really broad description of what the function does. That description is going to stay there the whole time that you're writing the function. And if you want to write a per variable description, you can add it right before this /param text here, and you'll see that as you cycle through the code, the description will change for each variable. And if you're writing really long descriptions, you might want to break up the lines, and you can do that by typing this at the beginning and this at the end of the text. That'll make it count as one line. So now you can see we've written 2 lines by doing that. Now, if you have this much stuff above every single function,
It's called doc strings. Just FYI for anybody that didn't know, it's doc strings. You can also use that doc strings to update to add documentation to your API. It will actually generate. You can use it to generate documentation.
your code's going to look pretty unreadable. You can hide this summary stuff in a region, which makes it a little bit nicer, though I would be curious to know if anyone out there knows of a way to truly hide all of this stuff, but still have the comment code show up. That would be pretty cool. So over the years, I've made hundreds of particle systems in Unity, and the first thing I always started out with is creating a new material for the particle, assigning my sprite to that material, and then plugging that material into the renderer to get my basic shape going. In some cases, you can actually save yourself that entire step by going to texture sheet animation and changing the mode to sprites and assigning your sprite in there. There's no need to create a new material if you're just using one sprite for the particle system. That is probably the tip that has saved me the most time overall. If you've ever followed a tutorial and seen them do this, it's actually really easy. I personally like doing this just because it looks cool, but it saves me a little bit of time here and there as well. So if you click anywhere on this line and then hold Shift and Alt and then click at the start of this line, you'll be able to type in both at the same time. Now using these two keys will actually line up.
That's kind of cool. I didn't know about that. But I also don't use Visual Studio, so it doesn't really matter if I knew. Is this not going to move them out? Settings menu. Welcome back. We started today planning to do something super different, and then we ended up here, and now I'm waiting for things to finish loading. I have not saved this scene, so I think the idea is that we close this down. Yeah, we're just gonna kill this, and it's gonna put everything back. Give me a second here. Where is Unity? Yeah, here we go. It's not saved, so we should be good. I think the assets are still there though. Like the assets are there, but we didn't save that world, right? That scene. So I think we should be fine. Hey, I was right. We're fine. Look at that. Beautiful. Here's kind of the problem is that like everything has so many different things, and we don't actually care about the meshes, right? We care about the mesh collider. The mesh collider is the only thing that matters, right? But we're taking all of these here, and these are being punted into the subscene as well, and we don't want that. So what we need to do is we need to take these, right? And we essentially just we just put something in here, and it loops over all of these, grabs the mesh collider, right? Takes this mesh collider and creates an empty entity in the subscene and attaches the mesh collider to it, right? And creates this mesh collider. That's all we need to do, right? But also, in order to test the actual AI, we don't actually need no, we do actually need it. Fuck, never mind. Yeah, because like effectively all we need to do is like if we come into here and we just do like empty subscene, we just save, yes, replace it. That's fine. There, right? And let's go grab something here, right? That's kind of important, right? Like this. Okay, there. Here we go. This has a mesh collider, right? And a transform. So all we really want to do is come down here, and then we create a 3D, an empty object, right? And then we can effectively name it the same thing, right? So we come down here, we click here, and we're gonna lock this one. It's fine. We have three inspectors. That's fine. There we go. Then we come down here, we click on huh? Okay, there we go. Okay, there we go. And then we just copy position. Click here. And we paste position. There. Then we just want to copy this, copy component, and then we paste the component, right? Fuck. Yeah, wait. This mesh collider. Okay, we're just gonna. Thank you. There we go. There, and then we're gonna do this, and it's mesh collider, right? And then we're going to copy component, paste component values. There we go. Now we have that. Now we have this inside of here, and it makes no sense for that to even be in here in the first place. So we delete it. Right? But essentially that's all we want to do. So if I do this, I'm going to save. Maybe I don't do it the way that I was planning on doing it, right? Right. So we just effectively do this, right? We come into here, we create an empty object. Then we want to give it the same name. There. Then we want to copy the position. Copy component. Paste component values. Then we do add, and it's mesh collider. Then we copy component and paste component values. There we go. Now that's inside of there. But I guess like what I really ideally want is we go like this. We do game object, empty object, right? And we say game object to to T converter, right? And then we come over to here and we go to scripts. Create a folder, mono behaviors. Mono. Then create a mono behavior script. And this would be game objects to entity converter. Let's open this up and rename this folder. Here we go. Okay, so Unity in editor scripting.
Getting started with editor scripting. The Unity editor is a powerful tool which allows you, the developers and designers, to author and build your game visually and tweak existing parameters through the inspector. Because the editor is a general purpose tool, sometimes it may not fit your specific development needs. Luckily, Unity allows you to extend the editor and create additional tools to help your workflow. These extensions can commonly be found as gizmos and scene tools, which allow you to visualize and manipulate data directly in your scene, or as property drawers and custom editors, which directly change how the editor looks and behaves. Unity 2019 introduced UI Toolkit, formerly known as UI Elements. UI Toolkit is a retained mode UI framework for Unity, which is composed of 3 different components. The C# Visual Elements API, which allows you to reference the UI and provide additional functionality, UI Documents, which uses Unity Extensible Markup Language to provide the structure of the UI, and Unity Style Sheet, or USS, a subset of CSS which provides styling. In this project, Unity Royale, we will be implementing a custom property drawer that will display a read-only health field of a unit and a custom editor window using UI Toolkit, embedding the attribute onto a variable in our code from the property attribute class. We also created an accompanying editor script called disabledpropertydrawer.cs, which can be found in the editor directory. When implementing custom property drawers, it's important to note that we must override create property GUI and
This is not what I wanted right now.
Hey everybody, I'm starting a new tutorial series that goes over editor scripting. If any of you have ever wanted to customize your editor windows or create some little custom tools to help you develop easier, you might have opened up Unity's API and looked through here and be like, oh, okay, that's really confusing. I don't know if I want to do that, right? Like it can be very overwhelming. So I wanted to do a tutorial series that talks about like beginner, like how can we start to control our inspector windows? How can we customize that with custom graphics? How can we draw directly onto that and control where everything's positioned? We'll even get into things that are not just editor scripting. So things like attributes and every way you can possibly customize your editor. We'll go into, gizmos, a lot of other fun things. I'm only planning to do very entry level. This is just a beginner series, just so that you've seen it before. You have some idea of where to go if you want to learn more about it, and you just get the fundamentals. But Unity's new system that they want to utilize for editor scripting and for in-game UI as well is their UI toolkit. I'm going to go through the old way first, and then later on maybe we'll bring in UI toolkit. Their new system is it's a little weird too, because you have to go into all these extra assets that are needed and style sheets and all this other stuff. So anyways, if you've ever been curious about how to customize your editors and make little tools, and we're going to make a little monster editor. I'm not going to get too complex with it, but just to show you some options for messing around and building monsters. Anyways, I just want to introduce this series real quick, and then we will get started building our little monster maker and exploring some of these topics. Okay, so the first thing we're going to do is we're just going to open up a new project and empty scene. Let's set up our scene just to start visualizing some things. So let's say this is a new one. We'll go this monster scene or just monster maker. Sample scene is fine too. Inside of the scene, we are going to create a ground plane. So we'll just set this up real quick, just like this. Alrighty, we'll make a little cube. This will represent our monster. Like that. Let's create a folder, start organizing our stuff here. I like to make a folder at the very top called _game. Put all this stuff in there. Alrighty, okay, so we'll make some materials. We'll make a ground, and we'll make a red generic monster and drop W. Let's name that monster. Lighter, but I don't like to reposition our plane. So we want our monster to be empty so that we can put this at the ground, and we actually want our monster to be standing on the ground. So ideally, if I select my monster, the position will be at the monster's feet. So
Okay, so first things first is we want a public game object. Game sub scene. Game subscene. Is that not right? Okay, yeah, it is. We're gonna get rid of a lot of this stuff because we don't need it anymore. Here we go.
Visuals here, but this is a lie. This is more than this visual, so we're going to copy the collider component, paste it right on our collider on up there, and then we're going to remove. So now our visuals is just visuals of our collider, and that's actually a little low, so let's reposition this upwards. Center, I think it's going to be 0.5. And this way we can actually turn off the visuals, but our monster is still functional, right? We can still use this in the game, so our visuals do not break our code. So that's why I like to separate that out. Okay, so now that we have that set up, we can begin our series. Okay, so we have our scene set up, we have our monster, we have our ground. Let's talk a little bit about the first way you can start customizing your inspector window. And you've probably done some of this already, but we're gonna talk about attributes. And later on, we'll probably look at creating some custom ones and what that's like. But for now, you should know what already exists. So it's very easy. It's very simple to customize your inspector window. So make a new C# script, and we're just gonna call this, we'll call this monster for now. And then later on, we'll probably break this out into a separate script. Our monster will have a monster script. Let's open that up. Okay, inside of our monster script, you might start thinking about the types of things you want your monster to have. So, I mean, a lot. The next one we might have is the header. So the like, maybe we have a call this combat stats. So you can see everything is initialized to 0, and we can.
Okay, if I come back into here, we take a look at this, and we do that, then we can just plop that sucker there, and delete that, save. There's our subscene. Unity editor script do something on update. Execute in editor mode. Do. So I'm kind of debating. Do I put this, do I attach this to the parent prefab? Right? Because these are all prefabs, right? Do I attach this to the prefab here and be like, hey, this prefab's got all of this stuff and all we care about is breaking these out? I'm kind of leaning towards that just because that way I can just like go kind of thing. So what if we do this? Just give me a second here. Sorry, I'm in the process of doing the thinky things. There. So if I take this, let's do it with something big like a building. Oh, that didn't bring the sign. Interesting. Okay, so we're gonna do it with this, say this building here, right? And then we do add here. We want to bring this over. And then what we want to do is we want to come down here like so and bring this over here like so. Then we save. Okay, so this object here, right? We want to convert it over to being an entity thingy as well. Oh, wait. How does the update work actually? Does it is called every on every redraw of the scene, view, or game view? Other rendering callback functions are called on every redraw of the scene and game. On awake is called only when a new instance of the script component is created. This happens. Okay. void convert. And then here what we want to do is update, create a new a new empty 3D game object inside the object inside the provided subscene. Get the parent, get the current the current attached game object. Oh. Okay. Find get the current, get the game object's name. Get the game object's position, or transform, I guess in this case. Just transform. Transform. Check if the game object has a, what was it called? Mesh collider. Mesh collider. There should only ever be one. There we go. Add a copy of the mesh collider to the new game object. Update the new game object with the current game object's position. Transform. Interesting that it wouldn't let me do that. Oh, it's just game object, that's why. Right? That's kind of annoying. Set the new game. Then this is Disable the mesh collider on the current game object. There we go. I think that should work, right? And then we just do an on update. We do convert. Then we get to see whether or not it worked. Wait, this has multiple mesh colliders? It kind of worked. Here we do if subs is not equal to null, return. Yeah. Ooh. That was almost really bad. Almost smacked my water. It did not create it in the subscene. Move new game object to the provided subscene. What? Oh, interesting. There we go. Let's see if it works. This might work. We're about to find out if this works. I don't think that it worked. I'm not seeing it working. Where is the subgame object? Am I crazy or do I not see it? Oh, this is a scene object? The fuck's a scene object? Unity scene object. Oh, okay. So it's just a we do scene. Okay, so why can't I jump to it? Like it does not show up, right? So like if I go like this, right, I can jump to that. I cannot jump to this. Unity C#, add object, add game object to subscene. Subscenes can not have child game objects. So this is somewhere. What we're going to do is we're going to get rid of this convert and we're going to say delete the current subscene game object. There we go. Now that should fix the object being randomly somewhere. There we go. Beautiful. Okay. This is what we care about, right? My prefab as game object. Initiate a given prefab as a Ooh, excuse me. What? Oh. This one's a scene. What? No. Wait, what? No, that's not it. This one is. Cannot be. Scene search. Okay, what if I do game object subscene start get name of the current of the game subscene search for the subscene in the project. No, search for the subscene in the current scene. Okay, this would be private scene, subscene. Why does this hate me? No, I know. It's just I use this API to perform searches. Fetch the subscene from game object. From the subscene game object. Fetch the subscene by name. If this is an error, why is this still a thing? Dot Okay, I have a way of doing this now. We're just gonna do it this way. We're gonna do it this way, and it's gonna be great. Okay, so what we're gonna do create an empty project, empty object here. We're going to take this. We're going to add my new component to here. Right? Then what we're going to do Game object. Game object. Game objects to create. There we go. Now I can create all my game objects. Is it perfect? Absolutely. Will it work? Yeah. Yeah. Well. Now I take this and I pop this sucker into the subscene. Then I take this, right? There we go. And then I come over to here and I add this here as my game object here. There we go. And then we just pop that sucker in there. Would that work? No, it does not. Okay, cool. Mhm. Thanks. There's my game object, right? And what we're going to do is we're going to come into here. I'm going to say for each, right? It's this game object. Object. Game object in game objects to create. I'm still I'm still a little bit like not perfect, but it's getting there. Game object to convert actually current game object is actually pretty good. The new game object attach the new game object to the current game object. Game object. I think this should work. And then we want to do this. Private game objects. Created game objects. Add new game objects to the created game objects list. Created to the created game objects list. If created game objects is null, is this correct append? Is that all I need? Unity add to a list. Oh, is it just like do I just do list? There we go. Okay, so now if I go like and then what we want is we want a serialized field private list of strings. And then what we're going to do is if game object collider string if not, actually if, yeah, because we're going to do that more often than not. There we go. Continue. There we go. Let's see if it works. It did not work because I did not. Oh, I didn't do the thing. Never mind. Ah, no, bad. So it almost worked. It was almost there. It almost did the thing. There we go. There. And then if we come over to here and we do convert, beautiful. There's the collider. And this is literally just the collider. But then if I click on this used to have a mesh attached to it. It no longer does. So now we've got that giant list of just these. And it's beautiful. Now we just need an automated way to transfer these into here. Yeah. Yeah. For now. Right? Now we need an update, right? So what we're going to do now is we want to actually take this for each and we want to move it out. right? And then what we're going to do is we're just going to do this, and we're going to pass in the game object, right? So we're going to do this, and we're going to pass in the game object itself. Current game object, right? And then this would be current game object. And then we can get rid of this for loop. There we go. Then we can take this and we can move this here out. Right? And then when we do this convert, we can do this. We can do string. And this could be game object name collider. Right? And then we just do this. Then we do this. We can get rid of this. Then we want to say update, void update position. Actually, let's put this back. Convert. We'll do this. This is fine. Wait, one sec. I'm just going to do this because why not, right? There's this here. And if the skip is here, update the current position of the game object of the game object with the new one. I think in this situation, a for each is not the way to go. So for int I equals 0, I is less than game objects to create dot length plus plus I. Is that correct? That's not correct, apparently. That is, though. There. And then current game object. Game object. Position. There we go. And then we just do this. Oops. We do this. there. And now if I look at this, it's right there. And then if I click off of it and take a look at this one, it's there, right? And then if we move this, this should trigger an update. So then if we click on this one, it's updated. Ah, it works. It follows. It follows. Hell yeah, it works. Look at that. Now I wonder, right? I wonder if this will work. I want to try this and see if it works. Damn it, it doesn't work. It says that that you can't do that between subscenes and whatnot. Unity editor script create game object inside of a subscene. How to convert a game object? Oh, here we go. Move a game object from its current scene to a new scene. You can only move root game objects from one scene to another. This means the game object to move must not be a child of any other game object in its scene. This only works on game objects being moved to a scene that is already active. If you This is beautiful. We're totally getting somewhere. Set the current scene to be able to unload it later. Load the scene in the background at the same time as the current scene. Don't I have I have stuff that references between scenes, right? So like if I come into here and I do create an empty game object here, right? I guess, yeah, because I can do the authoring, right? Yeah, because an authoring will allow me to have a game object, right? And then I can just create all the entities. I'll be right back. Sorry. So effectively what we're going to do is we're going to have a game object in here that has that's a spawner. And it's just going to spawn all the objects in in here. I have kanji. Yay. Yay, kanji. Oh, that's so hot. It might be because it's freshly made, but fucking hell. I wonder if somebody's already made this. Unity, move environment collisions into subscene. Not really. I've seen a couple of projects out there that do something hybrid like this. I've not tried them. all of this is the kind of thing that I think ECS for all initiative is supposed to solve. It's custom transform systems based on the is physics in spatial query module focused. Most physics engines provide out-of-the-box simulation. Wait. Mm. 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 Right now, right? What if we go back to here? This is on update. I don't care about on update because we're not actually doing anything on the update, right? Yeah, it's this right here. So this is effectively all we care about. I almost wonder, I'm just going to try something real quick here. I don't think this works, but you never know. No, it does not work. I had a feeling it wasn't going to work, but I figured I'd try anyways. But I do have an idea. Unity, create entity and attach create entity collider. Yeah, that's all we care about, right? Mesh collider. Attach mesh collider to it in authoring. Hmm. Oh no. Monster Hunter Wilds. This is going to be a big game for today. Did it just come out today or? Hmm. For me, it came out today. Wait, doesn't 9 p.m. yesterday? Yeah, initial release the 27th. Okay. Was it the 27th for people who pre-ordered? Is that what it was? Wait, why does it have mixed reviews? I thought it was supposed to be really good. Oh, I guess it's like this is a lie. I've seen worse performance. Do you know what game had horrible performance on release? Crisis. That game performed like hot dog shit when it first came out. It is not everything wrong with optimization in 2025. Isn't it's supposed to be like absolutely like it's supposed to be terrible on like the CPU, right? It's CPU bound or is it GPU bound? I can't remember. I don't care about the most helpful. Negative reviews. I don't know why anybody thought that it was going to be super performant on day one. Like let's be honest, it's going to need a lot of work. This is a AAA game. Everybody should know AAA games do not release in a playable state anymore. I don't like that they do that, but it's true. AAA games no longer release in playable states. The bigger the title, the less playable it can be on launch day. Which is absolutely horrendous if you think about it, right? I think this is horrendous, right? Okay, so this is the way I look at games now. Indie release. Oops. Okay, so there's what's the what is it Steam pre-release thing? Pre-release games. Early access. That's what it is. Early access. Early access performance can be down here, right? We'll give this here. Early access. AAA. Can be down here. AA can be here. Single A. I think single A is a thing, right? It has to be here. And indie has to be at least here. And this is performance. Zero, 100%. Ref required. I think that it is absolute horseshit that an indie early access title has less requirements for performance by the greater community than a AAA game on release day. No, it's fine. It's fine. Like, it's also fucked up that an indie game made by like one or two developers has higher performance requirements on release day than than a AAA game. Right? Wait, is Monster Hunter on Unreal? Because that would explain the streaming texture stuff. No, re-engine. Never mind. I've heard that Unreal doesn't handle streaming textures super well. Like, it has problems. Yeah, but they're pushing things a little harder in Wilds. Yeah. amongst other things. But still, it's just like if an indie game was released, if a there are indie games that are allowed to release in the state that that Wilds is currently in. And it's like big budget ones, and it's only acceptable under early access. It bothers me that there's no punishment for a AAA title releasing in the state that is a buggy mess and requiring an extra year of development. Because indie developers that would arguably require it more are not allowed to get away with that. It would financially ruin the company if an indie team released a game in the state that Wilds is in right now. And Wilds is arguably going to make more money because it's going to hit the news cycle because of the performance issues. So more people will be aware of it, and more people are going to play it because of it. So it benefits them to release a buggy mess rather than actually release a polished game. I will never be buying a AAA game on release day or for release day. I don't pre-order anymore. To be fair, it's not like I really play games anyways, so I shouldn't say that. I do play games. I don't play a lot of video games anymore. I just don't understand it though. It's just like we provide excuses as a community for AAA companies, and we don't provide excuses for indie companies. Yeah, I don't even play one major game a year. Major. The biggest game that I played last year. Actually, technically, I played World of Warcraft last year. I think that was 2024. I played a little bit of World of Warcraft. But like the games that I like, and that was for Season of Discovery, and we're not playing anymore, and we're not going to be going back, so it doesn't matter. I can tell you the biggest game that I'm probably going to play this year is Hearthstone. The biggest, right? Like, I don't know. I don't really play a whole lot of games anymore. Just like you, I find the idea of like building things more interesting. At this point, the only reason I'll play a game is because all my friends are playing it and they ask me to join them, and I can afford it. My friends won't ask me to play Monster Hunter Worlds with them. Wilds. Sorry, they won't ask me to play Wilds with them. I'll be right back. Yeah, so one of my friends bought me Monster Hunter Worlds, and we played it a couple of times, and I got so irritated at it that I haven't played it since. So my irritation. No, so my irritation with Worlds was that it's not actually multiplayer, really. Like, the multiplayer is absolute dog shit. It might as well not have it. You can barely play with people. It's so bad. It's absolute. It is some of the worst implementation of multiplayer I have ever seen in my entire life. The person who came up with the multiplayer for no. The idea that, like, both accounts need to be roughly on the, like, they need to be on kind of like the requirements in order to get into a match where you are actively playing with your friend is so overly cumbersome that what's the point of having multiplayer? Like, you spend 5 minutes getting in set up for multiplayer. Then you load in, you go, you kill the boss, and then you have to spend 5 minutes getting back into a group to play multiplayer again. And that's the entire cycle. And I'm just like, this is stupid. I heard that they fixed it a bit, but by that point I was done. I was just like, they don't actually want multiplayer. They don't support it properly. And then it's just like, it's not proper multiplayer. I should just be able to play with my friends. We group up. I don't care if we're the only people in the, like, I don't care if me and my friend are the only people in the world, right? Like, the world that is the one that we're currently in, right? We can be the only people, right? Like, we can have a group of 4 of us. We're the only people. Whatever the cap is. I don't remember what the cap is, and I don't really care. But, like, we should just be able to party together, right? And just stay in a group, and everybody comes down to the quest level of the lowest person. There, we've solved the frickin' problem. Yeah. And as long as they do that, I won't be so angry at their multiplayer. I've heard rumors that it's fixed and that they changed it in one of the other releases and stuff like that. But the one that I played was like that, and it pissed me off. Then the other thing is that I don't really like Souls games. Like, they're like, I don't like actively dislike them. I just don't really like playing them because they're overly cumbersome for me, right? Like, I don't like the idea of, like, beating on, so, like, you go up against a boss and you spend 10 minutes beating on the same boss, right? Chipping away at its health and doing the same dodge rolls and waiting for the tells and stuff like that. And to me, it's just not that interesting, right? Because it like, when I go and sit down and play that style of game, all I see is how long can I sustain perfect gameplay, right? That's the entire game is just how long can I sustain perfect gameplay? That's all it is. Right? Like I might as well be like I can go play a rhythm game and get the exact same, like it's the same game to me. To me when I play it, I look at it and it's just like, oh, it's just a rhythm game. It's a very slow paced rhythm game. That's all Souls is to me, right? Like obviously like there's a lot of extra stuff in there, but like effectively all it is a very slow rhythm game. You have a little bit more agency, but like it's a slow rhythm game. Every time you fuck up, you get punished, just like in a rhythm game. you're punished harder, but you still get punished, right? So it's just like I don't know, like I don't find rhythm combat super enjoyable, so that's probably why I don't like it. The really slow, drawn out combat just gets dull for me super fast too. It's just like, all right, so we did it. Okay, we're doing it again. Okay, we're doing it again. And then you have to go and like farm them, right? Over and over and over and over and over again to get all the materials to like upgrade your stuff. And I'm just like, god damn it. I just don't want to. This is like a fucking job. Bit empty. Unity dots generate collisions at start. Generate collisions inside of authoring. The latest version of Truck-kun is a slideshow for my buddy. Generate actually, do I like I this is kind of like the hard part here is that like I want to do this, but like I don't like the way I have to do it. Unity move copy objects into subscene. Copy objects into subscene. How to convert game objects into a subscene via script. It would have been great if this didn't break. Uh, huh? Hmm. Baking is the process of converting game object data in the Unity into entities written to entity scenes. Baking is non-reversible process that turns a performance-intensive but flexible set of game objects into a set of entities and components optimized for performance. Wait a second. Sweet. Okay. I think we're getting close to the answer. Um, okay, so what if I do this, right? Of course I have to wait. Damn it. So I don't really need anything special, I guess. Because none of these are environment things, right? So if I create a entities authoring and we go create, let's do it from within here. Authoring, add directory, environment. Sorry, cancel. This is game objects. Collision objects. I need to switch to a different map. Give me a second. Is Unity crashed? I think Unity crashed on me. It did. Okay. Shit happens. Okay, so what I want to do is go into my scenes, and I need to go to this scene, right? And we're going to take an object that we put in outside of the truck scene, and we're going to move it into the truck scene for collisions. So I want to take this here, and I'm going to move this out of here, right? And then we're going to come down here, and we're going to create a game object, an create empty, environment spawner. We're going to go to scripts, authoring, environment, collision generator. We've got this, collision objects. Select one. Grab this. This is fine. Right now, this cannot be hit, right? So if I go to here and we go to spawner, no, we want the environment spawner. And then we're going to add huh. Okay, that doesn't work. I'm just curious of whether or not this can be... No. How the fuck am I doing this then? I could have swore that I had been like linking these up this way and it's not been a problem. Damn. Okay, so that's not going to work. My ideas, they don't want to work. Ooh, excuse me. Okay, so Unity, create objects in subscene inside editor. I'm looking to automatically is there, if I wanted to create a editor script that generated a bunch of object collisions inside of a subscene, would it be editor extensions? Maybe the best place to ask? What exactly is an editor extension? Unity. Hmm. Oh, this
We
might be
can
nice.
create a custom inspector to control which data from our scripts is visible and how it is represented in the editor. The ability to extend the editor in this way gives us a lot of power and flexibility with our scripts and the resulting workflow. Let's say we had a leveling system where every time a character earned 750 experience points, they gained a new level. This is easy enough to calculate in the beginning, but it could be a bit cumbersome as characters get to higher levels. Luckily, we can create a custom inspector to make this much simpler. Here we have a script called Level Script. This script represents the experience-based leveling system mentioned before. In the script, we first have a variable named experience, which will contain the total amount of experience a character has accumulated. Next, we have a property named level. We can see that this property takes the current experience value and returns the level equivalent. For more information on properties, see the lesson on properties linked below. In Unity, we have an empty game object with the level script attached. Notice how we can see the experience property in the inspector. It is easy to calculate the level when our experience is 0.
No, this is.
But what if it was 49,865?
Unity.
Let's customize the inspector to show the
objects.
level for us.
Unity C#
In order to customize the inspector, we need to make a folder to place our
game
editor scripts
objects
in. Unity
to
requires that this folder is
subscene.
named Editor. Inside the editor folder,
a game object dynamically to subscene. Turns false if the scene is not loaded yet. So this is the this is load a second scene. Okay, found a solution. Here's I feel like it's this. I feel like this is probably what I want. Render steering.
Hello everybody, welcome to a new Unity tutorial. In this tutorial we will be learning on how to instantiate objects through Unity or add them to the scene. So, we can start by having an object. You need this to instantiate one, and we'll go and make a C# script. How about I name this instantiate tutorial. Enter, double click. Wait for Visual Studio, and now we are in this new cube. Close. Go back.
That's too old. I don't actually know if it's too old, but it looked like it would probably be too old. Move a game object from the current scene to a new scene. Did it convert? Did it convert? It did not touch my code. Why you no touch my code? Touch my code, god damn it. the issue here? Oh, right, it's for each. That's not what I wanted. What? That's not right either. Should be around here. Somewhere. Let's just let's grab something, right? Ah, this can only be used during. Was it? Uh, this doesn't work. think this becomes a non-issue because we're not doing it anymore. Yeah, okay. It's totally not working. Oops. It's not creating the game objects in the scene. But it might be because this was not done. So let's find out. There, it's created it. I'll be right back. Load scene. Ah. Okay, maybe I need to do this like load scene. Oh. I'm gonna turn this into a button. System string path? Let's see if it worked. No, oh, wait, Scene path. Let's see if it works. It might. load scene, not open scene. Let's try that. Okay, so okay, there's a thing here. Editor? Yeah, here we go. Okay, so fetch all game objects that have collision collision mesh colliders. Unity get all objects in scene with component. Actually, Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna leave it the way that I've got it. I should put this up at the top here. Oh, thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. There we go. That's not what I wanted. It did not delete the game objects. uh, delete all created game objects. Then we clear. Then we clear. There we go. I'm kind of tired, but I saw the stream title and was curious. Oh, well, welcome. Right now this is kind of broken. But I can show you a build, my last build. Is this the last build? This is the last build here. Yeah. Yesterday was the 27th. It's not game development if everything isn't broken. True. Well, this is where I'm currently at. Whee! I don't think it's so much actually drifting as it's more kind of steering. But I think I'm not sure, like it doesn't really feel drifty anymore. Cuz like you correct when you stop steering. But it might just be like it might be the visuals of like the wheels snapping back straight right away. Because I don't think it doesn't feel particularly drifty anymore. Like it used to actually be drifty. So like you would do that and it would continue sliding. But yeah. But yeah, so this is where we're currently at. We've got a bunch of the girls. They're walking around. There's still performance optimizations that need to happen with these girls because they're not performing enough to get quite what we want in because one of my friends can't yet play the game. He can't play the game with the current level of people in it. So I want to change that for him. Because it turned back into a slideshow when I put this many people in. Although I do have a lot of people in here. What is actually the count right now? It's really high. It's like super, super high. But yeah, he said that right now it's a slideshow again. We got it to a playable state and then it's a slideshow. So but let's see exactly how many we've got of her. Let's see, Truck-kun, scenes. Nope. No. His system's really old. That's the only reason he's having performance problems. It's actually quite performant as is on like 90% of like modern systems. Yeah. No, his system's really, really old. I think he's at the point where he's not even running a top of the line graphics card from before the 10 series. It's a good question. I actually don't know. I've not looked. Honestly, have not looked. How do I check that in Unity? I don't even know how to check that in Unity, to be honest. This one? Hmm. I'm gonna go with 83,000. No, wait. It's a lot. Oh, here we go. 27,000. Almost about 28,000. 28,000. Yeah, 28,000 triangles. Yeah. But we are spawning 1,000 of them. So it's 28 million triangles. Hey. Watch this. In engine. 60 FPS. Now run it on a Samsung fridge. I don't think a Samsung fridge has enough compute. So my game is CPU heavy and relatively GPU light. Right? So yeah, it's 28 million tries, but it's 28 million tries and that's it. There's no bones in the scene, right? So you don't have to do there's no skinning or bones happening until I run somebody over. And then there's a kind of vertex skinning situation for the ragdolls. But other than that, these are all instanced on the GPU in vertex in a vertex shader. And that's how the animations are working. So the animations for all of these are GPU bound. 100% of the animations are GPU bound, and then the ragdolls are CPU. That's how I'm able to get the performance. But yeah, so I think for my friend, around 500 is probably the max that he can do. Which gives me about 80 FPS in engine. And I think this he'll probably be able to run this. Because I think he said that it was running fine at what was he running at? He was running at he was running I think he said he was running around 60 FPS at 450 units. But 1,000 units was a bit much for him, apparently. Yeah, that does happen, unfortunately. They get clipped in sometimes. Everything's a very imperfect system at the moment, unfortunately. But we're still much more performant than the Unreal version. So when I first started this project, it was when I first started this project, it was in Unreal, and I'm almost finished. I'm finished some of the port to Unity. Most of the port to Unity. So all in all, I'm pretty happy. But I don't know why. Off topic, but I don't know why. I also saw sudo in your name and automatically assumed Linux because it's a Linux command. So back in the day when I first started streaming, um, yeah, no. Unfortunately, Linux game development is not good. Game development on Linux is subpar. But that's fair. It really depends on like what you're using though. Like so Unreal is kind of really subpar on Linux just because you still have to compile from source. And then I don't know if there's a Unity engine for Linux. And then like when I was Unreal was horrible. It took like 4 hours. Yeah. It takes forever to compile. You have to compile from source and stuff like that. It's just like ugh. Oh, okay. Yeah. So like I've only just started using Unity. Before this I was using Unreal for everything. And as you're very well aware, the Unreal on Unity is not fun. And then you need like my understanding is that you still need a Windows computer to do the build or to publish for Windows anyways. So it's just like unfortunately, right? But when I first started streaming and I was strictly Linux only, right? Well, Linux and BSD. Mostly almost exclusively Linux. Sometimes I'd be on BSD, but very, 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 very rarely. So, and I was doing like when I first started, I was doing a little bit of system administration as well and stuff like that, and some programming and whatnot. And I was again strictly on Linux systems. But then when I started getting into game development a little bit more, the experiences that I was having on doing game development on Linux was just subpar. Like even Godot was like laggy for some reason. It might have just been my system, but like it was a bit laggy, and I was just like, this is weird. So I was just like, I don't remember. It was too long ago. I don't even remember what I was on at the time, like distro wise. So I switched over to Windows for game dev. Also like I had Windows anyways, so I could play some video games with most of the video games that my friends play. Didn't have good Linux support, so I need to keep a Windows system anyways. So I just kind of switched over to be on Windows most of the time. Yeah. And unfortunately, I'm stuck here now. I would love to be back on Linux. It's a better operating system. Yeah. Well, also there's the Steam's releasing their new operating system, right? And it's going to have but at the very least they've got that system for the Steam Decks that does a really good translation layer, right? For Windows to Linux. That's the one, Proton. Yeah. No, I was actually debating changing my name at one point. From PseudoKid to something else. But the problem is that I've gone by it for so long that all of my friends just call me Pseudo now. And it would just be too like I kind of want to change it, but like it's so much work. Yeah. I don't know what I'd change it to, but like I feel like PseudoKid doesn't really suit me anymore. Cuz like I'm almost never on Linux anymore, right? Like I'm doing a lot of game dev now and it's never on Linux systems unfortunately. So, I don't know. Anyways, I am at about 6.5 hours, and I've got to write up some stuff and send it off to some recruiters, and do some housekeeping and studying before because I have school tomorrow. So I should probably go to sleep. All right, you have yourself a good sleep. Thank you for stopping by, and I'll catch you all on Monday. Yeah, Monday. All right, have a good weekend and have a good night. Ta-ta for now.